Good morning, and what is up? Good morning, and what is up? Welcome to Friday, race day here at the 2026 King of the Hammers race. It's actually the 20th year anniversary, and we're back here on the lakebed. Unfortunately, we are having some issues with our stream currently and trying to get this figured out, but hang in there. This tends to be par for the course, and definitely working on getting it getting it fixed. I know we had pulled the unit last night, the Starstream unit that we use, which does all the feeds. It sends a signal out, and it's possible that it didn't get switched back on, and they got the car out to the lineup really early. We didn't get a chance to test, and this is how this stuff sometimes goes. Oh, thank God! Yes, I am so stoked. Here we go. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah. And we now have full feed in cabin. My God, it was tense for me because I was helping out another team. That's car 1504, Josh and Martin, driving today's race, and they needed some help, so I was trying to help them, and no good deed goes unpunished. It became a much larger job. But we're here. We're here with Megan and Derek Miller, car 3105. Heck yes, 4500 class. And let me know if you guys have any trouble hearing me right now. For those of you who jump on, I'll be checking in, getting with all of you at home. None of you actually. It's early at 7:53 in the morning, but we have our full feed live, coming to you live from the lakebed. And I can't tell you what a moment of gratefulness that was to see the feed pop up, because I was so worried we wouldn't get to see them until like they got into the remote pits, but yeah. All right, so I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping. I think we are still about 10 minutes out from launch, and looking forward to a beautiful day today. Absolutely gorgeous blue skies out here. Got the national anthem going on right now. I'm not sure which way I'm supposed to face. The relationship that these racers have with one another is always awesome to see. From the staff, race ops, racers themselves, even the people at the gates. Like, it's just always a good vibe and so supportive. Everyone's in it together. And, it's a great industry to be part of. A great culture to be part of. And I'm happy I get to be part of it with 3105, Megan and Derek Miller here, waiting in the lineup. I believe they're around 40 something out of a field of over 100. This car has literally clawed its way to where you see it right now. It has not been an easy time in the last few days, but this is a professional team, and over a very short period of time, this team has matured in ways that, you know, is really great to see. From Megan's driving and seat time and just confidence behind the wheel of that car, and the relationship that that vehicle and that woman have built together, to Derek's just ability to diagnose and repair everything that's been happening with this vehicle. From the days where I saw him on the Rubicon till now, this is a completely technically different person, and it's awesome, and it's exactly what we need to pull the W today, right? One of my favorite things about this team is the crew that supports both Megan and Derek, Jacob, Cody, Christian, even Ashley there for moral support, Taylor doing social where she does. It's just a lot of good people coming together, and even the people that I haven't mentioned, who I'm sure have come along, who I don't even know. It takes a village, and these two people right here in that cockpit, you're lucky. They're lucky to have the village that they have behind them. And Megan shows her appreciation every night, making sure everyone's fed. We had some amazing spaghetti and Asian salad, actually, which actually went really well together. So chicken Asian salad and spaghetti and meatballs. Everybody was stuffed and packed on the calories for today. Because God knows it's going to be a long day, brutal day of racing for Megan and Derek. Just here waiting to get going. They're going to be pacing these cars out for one another. Fist bump there, that's awesome. I love these two together. They're a great couple as husband and wife, and they've become such a good team. And I am stoked to be a part of it. And speaking of me, my name is Ali. I'll be hanging out with you here today throughout the duration of this race. I own Fast Friends Clothing, and proud to sponsor Megan and Derek, to be able to put our brand on that vehicle, our stamp on their program. It's been a great honor, and I'm glad we're part of it. Jacob and I believe Cody in the pit too. Could be Jacob and Christian in the two, and could be Cody as well. I'm not sure if they're all there. truck is very useful because I can fully experience it like you do. But from what I can see on my end, it looks like we're doing pretty good right now. Knock on wood. Nothing that will get you to pucker quicker than being responsible for somebody's entire live stream for the race team. And it's like the one job you came out here to do, and to have it not work is just it's crazy. It's kind of what happened to us in Laughlin. We were day one of racing, and yeah, just couldn't get the damn feed going. Not today. Not today. Today we are live. You know, I'd say it's been a much different Hammers experience this year around. A lot more focused. You know, everybody's dialed in. We had some fun. We went to Ultra4. You know, favorite pastime here on the lakebed. Went to the Milestar Taco Party. Got to hang out with Andrew, Ricardo, Kale. Even Martin made an appearance. Dude doesn't even work for the brand anymore. He's still involved. But yeah, they launched their new MT Pro tire, which is like a 5-ply sidewall, 7-ply outer, just soft durometer in the 50s. Beast of a tire, ready to take on any tire in the field. And it's awesome because Milestar, for the longest time, people thought they knew them, and they just didn't. I've been running Milestars for years and years, and those people have been huge supporters of me. And even when I was running them, at that time, it's not like I couldn't have gone with another tire company. I was just, at that time, I was really fortunate with the opportunities I had and the access that I had. But Milestars just worked great on the street, and they worked great at the rocks, and it was just such a great all-around tire that, you know, it just made a lot of sense to run that tire. And you know, Milestar is a great brand to kick off today's race with, and the team is super lucky and fortunate to have them as partners on this vehicle. You know, that when you're part of the Milestar factory Milestar team, like, you know, you're part of a family. And you know, speaking of Josh and Martin, who I helped out earlier with their feed, they're running Milestars now as well. So it's great to see Martin back with a company he helped build and a brand he helped build. And Josh, you know, who's been running Milestars forever himself. And here, I'm going to get quiet. We're about to go for launch. Looks like they had some stutter. Okay, we're back. It's fine. The race isn't won at the beginning. This is a very, very long race. Full of a lot of obstacles. Alright, they got over that tabletop. So I don't know what happened. Something got jostled. You know, Megan, I know right now is probably, for whatever reason she does this, she's beating herself up right now, and it's not her fault. Like, shit happens, and we got a little bit of a technical bump right there. Not sure. This happens from time to time. Hopefully, yeah, I can hear it coming back on. Thank you, Lord. And so, you know, as long as no wires come undone, you may see, you know, little blank spots here and there or feed drops. Totally normal. That part happens. As long as we can keep this feed going. I might have a camera. We had a rear view camera as well. I'm not sure what happened with that one. For whatever reason, that has not come back. Like I said earlier, though, as long as we have our front cam, we're good. So the desert lap, from what I understand, is around 80 miles. They were figuring out the gas yesterday. And, you know, the last thing you want to have happen when you're out there is to run out of gas. Especially at Lowe's. It could be anywhere from 20. By the time you run out of gas, it could be anywhere from 20 to a couple miles. I know last year, speaking with Josh, they ran out of gas. Martin had to hike about a mile and a half. Go get gas and come back. That's a rough day. But Derek, you know, was pretty on it in regards to measurements, distances, mileages, you know, mileage per gallon. This vehicle is averaging, believe it or not, and I thought my cheat was bad, this is like around 3.5 miles per gallon in the desert. And you're looking at around 2 in the woods. That is insane. That level of consumption. Take that, Gavin Newsom. I'm kidding. Just about to tax the shit out of this. No, we're not going to get political here, and honestly, I don't really care. I work close enough to bike to walk, so I'll still get got 2 of you on here. Don't forget to say what's up. Let me know if everything's sounding okay. is nuts. You're basically driving in the fog, but at a high rate of speed. It's like, you know, it's hard enough to be on the highway with dense fog and, you know, expecting somebody to be broken down in front of you, or somebody's fridge falling out the back of their truck at that particular moment. I mean, maybe that's just me, but driving through this test is like driving through a dense fog, and sometimes you'll see the drivers try to go left or right, a little off the main line just to avoid some of that, but there's not always an opportunity to do that, and it doesn't always help depending on how dense it's in. There's some of these sections it looks like it's letting up a little bit. It looks a little better than the other parts. Looks like we are flying. You know, Megan had a little bit of a hiccup earlier, but I think I caught the tail of the driver that was in front of her pretty close. So by gauging by that kind of test, looks like she's right on the tail of the person she's driving with. So, you know, a lot of this is going to come down to a clean desert run, in my opinion, and then making up a lot of time in the rocks. The faster you get through those rocks, the better you get through those rocks, the cleaner you get through those rocks, you know, the better your time's going to be. And yeah, she is right up on him. Given that they fully stalled, we're at a standstill, and have made up some time. That's amazing. So Megan is dialed, Derek is dialed. The vibe this morning was rad. Everybody seemed like ready to go. Jacob, Cody, Christian, all ready to go. Megan, Derek, ready to go. Me, you know, took me a minute, but I'm ready. I'm now going. And I know I got a couple coworkers over at Jensen USA. What's up, guys? I know Eric reached out, fellow off-roader. Runs our ecom team actually over at Jensen. He's got an XJ, and he loves the wheel. It's cool to have that kind of common interest. It's one of the most wholesome things I think I have with a lot of friends. Is this love of off-road. And you can see how she's kind of pulling off to the left of that vehicle just to avoid some of that dirt. It looked like they're going to be passing here. Nice. Fuck yeah. Excuse me, French. Let's go. Got Christian over there cheering on the team via group chat, via the race team group chat. Alright. Just so stoked on what I'm seeing here right now. Just, there feels like the level of confidence that, you know, we've been needing out of Megan, and she is trusting that vehicle. I told her earlier, I said, Megan, you know, just like God, right? You know, people joke about letting Jesus take the wheel, but you know what? Let Jesus take the wheel here. You just push that gas pedal and you steer. Like, don't worry about the what ifs. Just worry about the what you gotta do. So, and I say all that I should have, but I said, you know, let God, you got this. It's no longer wanting to do it. It's you are doing it. That's what I'm doing. You don't want to get too worried. Like, they've got so much on their minds. You just want them focused and feeling good and stoked. But I'm going to do a quick prayer right now for those of you who care to join in. out there who are in different ways in harm's way. Just, you know, keep everyone safe on the lakebed. Keep everyone's vehicles running. Keep everyone else's vehicles a little bit slower than Megan's. And, you know, just bless this group. Keep all our loved ones safe. And, you know, let's have some great stories to tell. In your name, all things being possible. Amen. So, yeah. I don't know. It's hard not to feel grateful in these moments where life can be so much worse. There are so many other things you could be doing than watching a race on YouTube. There are so many other things that I could be doing than sitting here with a beautiful view ahead of me and just, you know, enjoying some beautiful weather and getting to hang out with you guys. Like I'm hanging out, you know, with friends. That's what I would say we are. Just a bunch of friends in it for the same things. Speaking of which, Fast Friends, you know, it's a brand I started just out of the love that I have for what we do here within this industry, within this culture. You know, not 100% into the rocks, not 100% into overlanding, not 100% into any one particular thing, but 100% into four wheels and having fun. You know, I like to think that as like new school grease. It's all of us gearheads, people who've smashed their fingers. Speaking of which, Christian like saw his fat out of his finger like the other day when he was trying to put the axle shaft back in and just sandwiched it. The soft thing between two hard things does not work out very well. And seeing your fat, I've had it happen to me actually. Like, you know, kind of come out. He's like stuff came out. I'm like, oh, that's so gross. Yeah, it's for all of us. It's all of us who have black thumbs. Yeah, man. I'm stoked to be able to put my stamp on the brand of Team 3105 MDM Offroad. Check them out on Instagram as well. We'd love to have you join. You know, Megan's always trying to get out there, shares things. If you guys would share her stuff, that would be amazing. I would love more people to get to know her. She's such a beautiful human being. Derek's such an awesome dude. The team is amazing. Like, it'd be great for more people. You guys can help. You guys can help with that. Check us out on Fast Friends. Under Ambassadors, you can see a video that I did with Megan and Derek last year. And yeah, check me out. Check out the brand at fastfriends.fu. And we put the FU in fun. Fastfriends.fun. All right. So, you know, none of this is really possible without the money that just unfortunately gets dumped into a program like this. I mean, it is absolutely just poured into a program like this. Racing ain't cheap. From what I understood, there was like almost a couple $1,000s in just steering box pounds that they have to adjust. It's not cheap, but you know, it's also an obsession. It's an addiction, and as with any obsession or addiction, it's just something you have to do until one day you don't. And for now, we're doing it. But what pays the bills is Derek. He's out of pocket on a lot of this stuff. We're hoping to find a title sponsor, an additional title sponsor for this year, who can hopefully help financially. But you know, a lot of financial support comes directly out of Derek's own pocket. So that's MDM Construction. And if you're up north, want something to check them out. I'd say check the Yellow Pages. That's how far back I used to work for my construction. Yellow Pages was like how we made our kid does a lot for racing. Huge, huge supporters of all dudes, from professional motorsports to the grassroots. They don't discriminate as long as it's fun. We've had a lot of good times with those guys. We've done a lot of cool things together, and I'm looking forward to more. I'm very thankful that Rugged has been part of this program as well. And I'm looking to see what he's saying. Rugged radios, check them out. GMRS radios, race radios. GMRS system is super easy. It's like $20 online for a license, and they're set for almost life or something. I don't know, it's ridiculous. It's so quick and easy, and you don't run into any of the legal issues with GMRS. But yeah, I'm going to tell you how to live your life. Check them out, lakeradios.com. So I'll bring Redline into this because one of the big problems, and like I said at the beginning of this feed, this team had gotten challenged with quite a few things, of which being their power steering. It was kind of stuttering, it was binding a little bit on particular going left, I believe. Derek was, had changed fluid, had cycled multiple times, just trying to figure this one little issue out. And finally, they have to rip open, they have to pull the box, and nothing on this car seems to be that easy. Maybe the body panels, and that's it. Everything is like, the steering box isn't where it normally is on like a Jeep. It's below, underneath the driver. And it's involved in regards to pulling it apart or whatnot. It's just a lot. These vehicles are so fundamentally different in a lot of ways. The whole steering system is interesting. If you ever get a chance to stick your head underneath one of those cars, you're going to find a steering column that goes down and then triangulates back towards the driver to where the pump is below the driver, and then back out, because these vehicles need to have a mechanical steering system. They can't get by on just hydraulic. That is not allowed. These vehicles have to be able to still steer. This is just flanking this road. Sorry, squirrel. They're getting into some rocks right here. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to work on getting the live track map. I know we're getting, I believe, 1 minute updates, so fairly quick. Compared to what it's But anyways, so they had to pull the steering pump. They had to pull the unit apart. We had to go to Home Depot at like 6:30 in the morning. Jacob and I get them a file. It's some weird. There had been like a chip in one of the teeth of the ears. Anyways, long story short, I got that fixed. And then usually have a live So they swapped it out, and Redline came to the rescue. They
Synthetic Oil.
And it looks like she's steering. Looks like she's steering just fine. And hopefully she's being able to. And from like 3 times they'll come through. Just to give you some perspective. Actually see how fast she's traveling. 25, averaging 25 miles an hour. Last update, looks like she's going faster. But also to get yourself some much needed time. This is where you can find that time. And they can't just take any route that they want. There is a very specific line that they have to stick to. And it is monitored with essentially virtual gates, virtual fencing. GPS-based fencing, and the accuracy of these is pretty impressive. See how she's getting hung up just a little bit. She's through it. And I feel like the feet never does it justice. You can't really feel them off camera. You can't see how truly big these rocks are. They're having to crawl over. And that's what makes this race so freaking awesome. It's like you have the high-speed desert stuff. she felt like this year she was the least physically ready for this race. Ready or not, she's getting it done. But that's also Megan too. God, if that woman could just give herself a compliment, I think we'd be miles ahead with everything. She's so hard on herself. But she's a competitor. She's a very highly competitive person. I think that's a byproduct of being in that mental state of competition. You're often in competition with yourself. A lot of us get probably into that. It's not an exception. But now is probably a good time to talk about our friends over at Redline Industries, especially as we get into the rocks here. Recovery is a huge part of this race. And eventually, depending on how gnarly it gets, you're going to see Derek get out of the vehicle, have to pull a winch line. And it's funny, I was talking to one of my friends about what a winch was, and she's like, "What's a winch?" I'm like, "You're kidding." She's like, "No, serious, what's a winch?" Well, it's a device that connects to the front of the vehicle's chassis, the frame, sorry, and has a length of rope spooled around the that will essentially be anchored. One end of that rope will get anchored to a removable object, preferably, and then it'll pull in that rope around that spindle and pull the car towards that to that object. And in this case, being a very, very massive rock. There are some winch points for some of the earlier sections, I believe, but oftentimes they're throwing a strap around the boulder and hoping that boulder stays exactly where it needs to stay as they pull the car out. Looks like we passed. I couldn't tell what car number that was. It gets spicy sometimes, depending on where you're at in the rocks, like where the car behind you is, and how badly they want to get past you. It is not unheard of to have a car go over your car. Oh, we got one guy down back there, and that's just, the attrition rate of this race is insane. It is a very taxing race on both driver and vehicle. And if it's going to break, it's going to break. It's definitely whatever loose end you fail to address going through right now is aftershock, or what they went through was aftershock. Gosh darn it. Okay. So yeah, so the vehicle was getting jacked up. Derek's now, so Derek is like basically on-site mechanic for hopefully any issues that he can actually address while not. That's a bummer. Vehicle had fresh, brand new tires on. Team went out of their way to make sure the tire pressures were solid. This is not a normal thing. They ran last year with like the same set of tires, so you know shit happens, and have it right now. You know what? Better to get it done while Derek's fresh than later when he's tired and doesn't want to get out of the car and change a tire. I don't know if you ever really want to change a tire out on course, but it's a fairly common thing. You can see Derek right there actually in the rear view mirror to the right. So it's the rear passenger tire lost. And they take one spare with them, which hopefully will be enough to get them back into the pits, get a fresh spare back on the vehicle. Yeah, those rocks will shoot you up if you hit one just the right way. Pitch, pop. There's like nothing you can do but, just look at that. Thank you, Jacob, for the update on where she was. So while they change the tire, I will now take that break I take for the last like 8 minutes. I'll be back with you all soon.
talking. I'd love to. Hold on.
Hello. Got 8 of you on here now. What's up, everybody? You're watching Megan and Derek Miller. Car 3105, 4500 class, Ultra4 vehicle. Not sure what's going on now. Alright. Seemed like there was another little hiccup. They're actually asking for somebody to go over to Maine. I might have to go and throw their tire on top of the back of the car. Jacob's like, Taylor or Ali, I might need someone to go to Maine to throw that tire on the car. Can't get a hold of Justin, and Ricardo can't find him. So, looks like I am pulling double duty in 20 minutes. Okay. I'll be there. Let me know if anything changes. Hopefully my voice is coming in a little bit better right now. Check, check. All right. So, current status, vehicle died, didn't get details on it. Now we just died again. Not sure what's going on. We've had a few issues. So the power steering pump was one. Then we had the bolts on the torque converter just back out or whatever they did. Let's see. Let me see if Jacob can give me a quick update on what's going on right now. Looks like he's pulling the panel off. Oh, there was some electric wiring stuff I saw him messing with earlier. I wonder if that's come up again. Yeah, so the car keeps dying, and I think that's what happened right off the start too, where it totally bogged down. And Derek's getting in there right now to see if he can find anything loose. Which is interesting because the 1504 car, Josh Sowell and Martin Castro in the SoCal X vehicle, they're having power problems. It's like a power gremlin running around the fucking lakebed. And so they got stuck at the bottom of Aftershock, I believe. I went and checked in on their feed, and yeah, no go. So. Oh, I guess earlier was unrelated. It was a diff temp sensor for the front diff. Nothing to do with this. MDM issues, Jacob says. Awesome. Sorry about the voice thing. I thought I was on the mic, and turned out I was actually on the computer audio, not my headset audio. So, whatever, dude. Working on it. Constant work in progress. And what sucks is on race day, when it really counts and everyone's listening, like, you're not really testing, you're just doing it. So, you kind of work out the kinks, like, earlier on. So, we're gonna wait and see. And well, he's going righty-tighty, so looks like he's buttoning things back up. Well, at least it's not the power steering, and at least it's not the torque converters. You know, just working our way down the list of shit to deal with.
I gotta figure it out now. You shut it off.
Is this helmet coming off? If that helmet comes up, helmet's off. So we are looking at a longer fix, and it looks like we have another car
I don't know.
who just
Well, just tell me if I can do anything to help.
pulled up.
Fucking ground
Well,
wire in here is
as soon as
fucked
I
up.
hear something, I'll let y'all know.
I don't know what else we
But
can do.
we are currently sitting with Megan and Derek on the
Remember
lake
Rick was
bed
saying
at
they
a standstill,
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Huh?
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh.
dealing
okay.
with some power issues, potentially.
What's up, guys? I got one screwdriver and I'm using it. But let me get this out and I'll hand it to you. The problem is, that's the only bit that's in it. But you're welcome to fuck with it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Do that.
Oh, there we go.
Just lent somebody a screwdriver. Ah,
Like,
awesome.
you see the problem?
Yeah, the fucking
The amount of,
string came unplugged. I'd imagine that's part of.
like, what do you
Whatever
call it,
doesn't want to latch.
sportsmanship that exists within this series is amazing. Everybody's in it,
Yeah, like doesn't latch.
not only for themselves, but just for the sport in general. They're here because they love it, and they're the same kind of people who would be out wheeling on a trail on any given Sunday and stop by to help somebody fix a flat or weld a track bar mount. You know, it's the same community.
The screen's on.
Yeah.
My buddy Eric just hit me up. He goes, "How does that other car not have a screwdriver on board?" Good question. I don't know. Like, you know, basic tools. Basic tools should be a requirement in your vehicle. At least Derek looks great working on the car with that suit.
There's like no way to latch it.
Alright, looks like I won't have to be going to the pit. They've got somebody there to throw the tire on, the new spare on. Because if you're watching earlier, we did lose one tire so far today. And so the spare tire now is a flat one. But we can't seem to catch a break because one battle after another today. Fix the tire, now working on trying to get the damn car going again. And like I said, it sucks because I went to go check on 1504, see if the feed was doing good, and they're like, yeah, they have to cut their satellite because they're having power issues. Bummer when these teams, you know, are dealing with shit. Looks like somebody else just pulled up. Can't see who. But now Derek is helping another team member, or not team member, but another competitor. That's how it goes. Oh, looks like it was one of the Falcon cars. Buttoning some stuff back up. I'm not sure if that means he got it fixed or if he's just moving on to another area to troubleshoot. Oh no, pulling that back off. Some stuff. Maybe things are getting loose. Maybe there's a loose connector. I don't know. Wait and see what's going on. So Christian just informed me that they had a bad connection on the back side of the screen. So it seems like, yeah, I guess throughout the course of their race, they didn't have any indication of what was going on with the vehicle. It totally glitched out, I guess, at some point. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's actually been that way for a minute, and Derek got it fixed. Put it on some more zip ties. Hopefully at this point he's just bagging all this stuff up. And that was the issue, hopefully. Yep, looks like toolkit's going back. All right. You know, it breaks your heart to see them have any struggle or any issue because of how much time, energy, and effort. I mean, you have to remember, these guys have been there for here on the lakebed for 2 weeks. I've been here for a week. I'm stoked to be going home, you know, soon. These guys have been here for 2 weeks, testing and pre-running and and solving issues and thinking that by today, issues are behind them, or the majority of the bad ones, and that they can focus on just racing. And, you know, I can't imagine what's going through Megan's mind right now as she sits there in the car, seeing other cars go by. It's like, dude, ready to go. Like, let's do this. Let's move. Derek's getting back into the vehicle.
Put it in neutral.
Or let's see what's actually happening.
Let it roll. Put it first. Can't tell that's in or not. Let it roll. Okay. I can see it. I'm gonna have to be really careful when we go into low on the rock lap.
I think his helmet's going back on. I hope his helmet's going back on. Yep, helmet's on. Getting strapped to the Hans device.
Pocket on the ground.
You know, in times like this, it's what makes a good team stand out from a bad team. I think, depending on how you're wired, you could be throwing a fit right now, losing your shit, watching these cars go by. All highly stressful. All adding to, you know, the thoughts that probably start racing through your head about, you know, how this day is going to actually finish. But keeping your shit together, staying calm, staying cool, that's what's gonna make the difference. All right, looks like Derek's getting back into the vehicle. Hell yeah. Let's get back to racing, you know? Let's put some miles in. Let these be the last few speed bumps in what's going to be an otherwise great day of racing. So yeah, in order to take that torque converter or address that issue, they had to pull the whole floor of the vehicle out, plus some parts of the center console. It's insane the amount of time and energy that goes into like even fixing traditionally easier to access parts on a vehicle. The transmission comes out through the vehicle, inside of the vehicle, not even out the bottom, because everything's tucked so tight. When the netting's back on, Derek gave the go-ahead, and then they're off. I guess it was like a necessary evil. I'm not sure if the car wasn't running with that display off or what, but I would imagine you wouldn't want to be driving blind just in case things start to overheat. That's all their gauges. That's everything right there. center screen. So definitely important. But we're racing again, so hopefully everything will stay together. You have a few different classes on the lakebed right now on this racetrack. Different classes of cars racing at the same time. So you're gonna see her pass some people. It's not necessarily that they're that slow. It's just that their cars are not at the same level as Megan's in some cases. Yeah, some of these cars have like single suspension. You know, a whole different class of rules and regulations compared to Megan Dirk's car here, which is dual suspension, tuned to nth level, you know, high horsepower. Not really a factory car in much way, other than looking kind of like a Bronco on the front. That's basically where it ends. This is a full-on race bike. So at this point, it sounds like, from what Jacob told me, they're about 20 minutes out from going back into the pits, which would be, to get that tire, would be at the Milestar trailer. And that's back into Hammertown. And then they go through their second loop, which involves a lot more rocks, I believe, but don't quote me on that. Missed half the driver's meeting. I have a really cool race map that Jacob got me. Maybe I'll go pull that out and set it next to me just so I have a visual. On that note, I'm going to take a break and I will be back. Power Tank, what is up? Steve and Tyler, back on the move. Let's go Megan and Big D. Ali, is it possible to increase your volume a bit? Sure. Thought we were doing pretty good. Got some feedback from some people, but let me know if that's any better. I'll try to move the microphone a little bit closer to my mouth as well. So, how's that sound? Let me know, either in the chat, send me a text. Car audio is a little high, I'm being told. Scotch. So, how's that doing? Yeah, better? Cool. All right, appreciate you guys. You know, the fact that you're actually telling me to turn down the car and turn myself up makes me feel a lot better about you liking what I have to say, so cool. We are coming off of a few little speed bumps right now. We lost our passenger rear tire, so if you're just tuning in, we also lost a visual on the center screen there. You see between Derek and Megan. And so, you know, that electrical gremlin actually took a lot longer than even changing out that tire. And these are the brakes, you know. Earlier there was a diff temp sensor that was causing an issue, I believe, right off the bat. Yeah, I know. Dallas Sweeney said it would be cool if we could hear Megan and Big D while in-car driving. Some of the back and forth while navigating the course would be fun, absolutely. But if you know Derek, you know that Derek is not a fan of having all of his intrusive thoughts that he vocalizes consistently out there for public consumption. So probably more by design than anything. We don't have audio between the two, but that would be a possible thing to get, you know, depending on whether or not Derek would ever be down. I believe, true, yeah. I believe that Rugged does make a system that can connect into something and be able to feed audio, but yeah, I'm pretty confident that Derek wouldn't want anyone to hear half the shit that comes out of his mouth. I feel like I'm swearing enough for both of us. Anyways, yeah, we are rolling. We're moving along. Maybe now is a good time to you know, give a little thanks to another partner who's come aboard and allowed them to do what they do, Baja Designs. I remember when we raced the car the first year, and coming down, I believe it was, I want to say Turkey Claw. They came straight down. The nose hit the dirt, broke their driver's side light, I believe. Could be wrong. Whatever. Driver, passenger, and Baja came up and basically hooked them up, and then since then has been supportive and continued to support. And you know, those are the kind of partners you want. People who come in when you need them. So huge thanks to Baja Designs. Oh, it was Backdoor, not Dirty Claw. My bad. That's right. Backdoor was like totally rutted out at the bottom, and as they were coming down it, they just went straight down and nosed the car into the dirt. So when I take my break, I will turn the car volume back up. I'll just try to remember to get that going again. Just enjoying watching them actually make some time again. I think we're about 10 minutes or so, 12 minutes out from them coming through. Let's listen to the sweet sound of that LS for a little bit, and I'll be back with y'all shortly.
go. Just fucking go. The same path we talked about. Just fucking
up, everybody? I just came back 10 minutes ago, got a text. Looks like we lost the TK's four-wheel drive shifter. The whole shifter broke off. What the cuss? How does this even happen to us? The whole shifter broke off. For the transfer case. So I'm not 100% sure what that means or how they deal with that. I see some dots starting to bubble up on my chat with Jacob. Jacob being Jacob Lashman, their crew chief. They need to have two-wheel drive. So I guess the severity of this is, oh, look at those rocks coming into the cab right there. That's how Derek got a black eye earlier last week. Crawling around with a buddy, had a rock fly out and get him good right in the eye. In these situations, you should be able to just anchor to the car in front of you and just get pulled up behind them. So they will have to get out to manually shift by hand. Ugh. Like, we'll have to get underneath the car and actually shift it from the T-case. So yeah, Jacob's saying that things can really break if they try to do the desert section with four-wheel drive. Looks like they're trying to navigate around some of the traffic here. Oh, they cannot actually shift it by hand. The rod is internal to the shifting mechanism in the case, so I'm not 100%. Jacob, why don't you, sounds like Jacob's listening in on this, so why don't you kind of give me an idea of what this ultimately means? Like, are we kind of screwed? Doesn't sound promising. Jacob says he doesn't feel that there's a good solution to shift. So Megan right there with the Derek power assist steering. It's DSS Derek Steering Solutions. Just, you know, you can pay him hourly. He'll sit next to you and just help you steer. Sorry, that's just funny to me. Anyways, he's got really big forearms. He was made for it. So it looks like they're trying to get around this group of cars and find their own way up. like they're backtracking. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if this is an allowed bypass that they're doing, or if maybe they missed one of their gates, the virtual gates that I was talking about, the GPS gates. I don't know, but it seems like they came down, turned back around, and are potentially going to be heading back up. So it looks like they want momentum to hit it harder and take a different line. You know, a couple steps back to take hopefully way more steps forward. And this is what it seems like they're discussing right now as they sit there, going back and forth a little bit between Megan and Derek here. So yeah, I took a little break earlier because I've been up since essentially 4 a.m. Around 6:30, I ran out to 1504 to help them with their feed. I'm not sure where they're at this point, if they got things squared away or figured out. You know, I did what I could for them, and then they lost power. Poor guys. Can't seem to catch a break. Last year they had fuel issues. Something else broke. All right, here goes Megan and Derek again. So I need to go look for some small silver shafts and knobs. I'll be back, but look at them go. Looks like they have took a killer line fudge. Yes. Heck yeah. That was phenomenal. What a beautiful, beautiful line they took up that. I'm glad I was here for that. Now I'm going to go see if I can find something that can help repair their shifter. I mean, honestly, can't we just weld a screwdriver? Like, is the entire thing out of the case? Like, I don't know. I guess we're gonna find out. like they're in four-wheel drive. They're kind of stuck in four-wheel drive, meaning they no longer have the ability to shift into two-wheel, which is what they want through the desert. From what Jacob has told me, being in four-wheel, they are prone to breaking more things. So far, so good, knock on wood. Give a little prayer that their vehicle continues on. From the sounds of it, to replace that shifter, even if they could get the part, they may have to split open the case, which means the entire interior would have to come out, which is a 4 to 5 hour job, which would, I would say, effectively knock them out of the race if they were to have to do that. We're not out. We're moving. They're cruising, and unfortunately, the same cannot be said for 1504, which is our friends over at SoCal X. They had to call the race. It sounds like it was a major power issue, and so yeah, I mean, this is racing. This is Hammers racing. This is what Ultra4 is and does to these vehicles. It is a brutal test of endurance for both car and driver. And even with a few of the issues that we've had, we're still moving forward, and that's a testament to the team and to being calm under pressure. In a gang, so you know, fingers crossed, fingers, toes, everything crossed, as they continue on through the course. there. You can just see how both of them are just getting jostled. And you always look at these cars and you see their suspension, and the suspension looks freaking beefy and amazing. You're like, man, this thing must ride like, you know, awesome, and it does. Like, you know, it keeps the car on course, but they're still feeling a lot of this in that seat. And you can see it when racers get out of their vehicles after a long race. You can see how it's taking a toll on their bodies. But it's good to see that the car is moving and grooving. Even with our current transfer case issues, hasn't knocked them out. Again, knock on wood. Got a competitor there that they just waved at off to the side. You know, even in the midst of all the stress, I'm sure Megan feels, Derek feels. You know, you saw them waving enthusiastically at their fellow competitors as they drive by. And you can't be doing this if it's not fun. You know, that's the last thing I said to both of them as they got into their vehicle and were getting ready to get to the start. I just said, you know, have fun. Megan flexing her fingers there, you know, grabbing onto that steering wheel. It's a white knuckle race. I'm not sure if we can see it on this camera. You kind of can. They actually stick snacks and stuff up into the roof that they'll pull down. I think there might be something off to the right of Derek's head. But they'll have, like, you know, beef jerky or electrolytes or, you know, different types of things to keep calories going. Because they're in that car for a long, long time. Speaking of time, looks like they're making some good time. huge thanks to the support of everybody watching along with the team. In case you missed it, real quick, the current situation is that they are moving, and they look like they're doing great. The only issue that they're having, which is pretty much a big issue potentially, is that they can no longer shift into second gear. They are stuck in four-wheel drive, or not second gear, sorry. They can't shift into two-wheel drive. The transfer case shifter has broken off. Not sure where it broke off, but it's broken off. And so I guess what that means in the desert is that there's a much more likelihood of potential breaks versus being in two-wheel drive, where I guess they shift down to two-wheel drive, and then they're in fourth for the rocks. So I don't know if that means that they're doing this in 4 low. It doesn't look like 4 low, but they're at least minimum in 4 high, I would imagine. So anyways, we're gonna tag along with them and keep watching, keep our fingers crossed. The vehicle continues to perform as they make their way through the desert back into Hammertown, which I believe that they're finishing up their first lap. But Jacob, if you're listening in, you can kind of give me a heads up of where they're at. We do have it on the map here. I can only go off of, so they are finishing up their first lap. I've had to take a couple breaks. I wasn't entirely sure of exactly where we were, but it looks like that's the first big loop that they do. That's lap 1. And then I believe lap 2 goes into a different set of rocks. And then the same, I believe, goes for lap 3. Also, a huge supporter of the team is Motive Gear. Motive Gear came in clutch, keeping that differential doing its job. Speaking of which, one of the issues of the few that they've had has been by way of axle seal that they had just, from what I heard, replaced, failing on the passenger side, front passenger side. So the entire differential had to come out, which was a job in itself. I mean, these diffs are not your standard Jeep diffs. They're your massive units. You know, even the bash bar, the skid plate underneath the axle housing, that in itself is just a lot. Like, there's just so much to these vehicles. Every time something goes wrong, like, you know, you got to pull it all apart and then throw it all back together just for a little damn seal. But, you know, seems like now we've got oil staying in where it's supposed to go, and couldn't ask for better. Thanks to Motive Gear for keeping this vehicle moving, especially being in four-wheel drive now. Again, huge thanks to our partners, Milestar Tires, MDM Construction, Motive Gear, Raceline Wheels, Fast Friends, Redline Synthetic Oil, Rugged Radios, Baja Designs, Warren, and Factor 55. Big thanks to Justin over at Warren for getting the team dialed with their winch rope, winch line. Needed that, got another strap as well, and super thankful for that partnership and them being part of our program here. So who do we got watching over here on YouTube? Give a little shout in the chat. We got, oh, my buddy Matt, 321 Adventure, also my partner in crime with Fast Friends. Huge help. Couldn't really do what I do with Fast Friends without the help of the people who kind of rally behind me and have made it part of what they're about as much as it's been what I'm about. So that's what it's all about, because that's what's up. Yeah, stoked to see you on here, brother. We got Christian and the pit crew watching from Remote Pit 2. What's up, boys? Appreciate all the check-ins and the updates. That helps me understand what the heck is going on. I just know how to make things look pretty, all right? Some of the more technical stuff, you know, I'll leave it to the professionals. They might actually argue that point, being called professionals, but those guys all know what they're doing. Super talented. They, you know, one thing that goes kind of unsung sometimes is the amount of time and effort and, you know, basically sacrifice of personal time that these pit crews give to the teams that they support. Whether it's Cody, you know, who's active duty military, you know, working on fighter jets, to Christian, who is a freaking genius working over at Tesla, to Jacob, who, you know, just recently told me his first house he built himself. Like, you know, construction worker. Like, all of these guys have lives. Like, like major lives, like very rich and deep lives outside of this, but they donate their time, they volunteer to be here to help Megan and Derek pursue their dream of racing. And yeah, it's worth calling out. It's worth acknowledging. And like I said, Megan and Derek are very lucky to have the type of support that they have behind them. You know, it takes a village, and you're only as good as your weakest link. And all these guys are fucking rock stars when you watch them in the pits. And I've always encouraged friends or anyone really, if you have the opportunity or already have pit access, swing by, say hi, just take a look. It's always great to see teams and how they operate and how they work. And I love the vibe here in camp. It doesn't, you know, I've actually spent probably more time in camp than I ever have in previous hammers, and I haven't felt like I was missing out. It's been a great time. So awesome crew, and yeah, whether they're pulling a transmission or we're painting gold lettering onto the Milestar tires, it's all fun. Speaking of wheels, though, huge thanks to Raceline Wheels. Those bead locks that are on this vehicle are just absolutely gorgeous. I love my dirty lives, but I'll tell you, these Racelines, they're a nice looking wheel. And they've been performing, you know, I mean, yeah, those rock rings get beat to cuss, but the wheels themselves have been holding up fantastic, and I don't believe they've really had any issues with anything on those wheels. Yeah, Christian's like, don't forget smashing fingers on axle shafts. Yeah, no, poor guy. He's like, there's stuff that came out. I'm like, what? Oh, well, like yellow stuff, like that. Like, that's so gnarly. Threw a band-aid on it, sent it back to work. Poor guy. I think he has like one working finger at this point, or fingertip for that matter. I'm starting to see some dust ahead of them, meaning that they've been making some good pace. I wonder if they're coming up on somebody. Looks like they're right on the tail end of someone. I don't know. We'll find out here soon enough, I'm sure. It could be so easy to get turned around out there with all the trail systems that kind of intersect one another. You can see from time to time Derek kind of, you know, pointing the way forward for Megan, and that's, you know, one of his primary responsibilities is to keep them on track and moving in the right direction. So for those of you tuning in on the phone, I'm doing my best to go between feeds. I mean, my primary concern is you guys hearing that car and seeing the video. And, you know, my commentary is only worth so much. So if that comes in a little light, so be it. Yeah, I appreciate it from time to time, you guys letting me know how it's coming across. Hopefully right now it sounds a little bit better. working with a slightly different setup than normal, but at least the headset that I'm using has a mic on it, which is way better than the laptop speakers that, or microphone that we used to use. So we're getting it slowly but surely. Got headsets now, man. Like, move it up. More better? Cool. Right on. Let me see if I can figure out exactly where we're coming up on. All right, so we are just about to wrap up lap 1. Team is coming into Hammertown. So earlier, I think I was way turned around with where I had originally thought they were, but I am tracking now. So this main desert loop was, I believe, around 80 odd miles. And we should be seeing them come through here shortly in a Hammertown. I wonder if I'm going to be able to see them over here on the ridge. Let's see. Not sure if I'll be able to get my phone connected in time to catch them on this drive. I believe they're going to be driving down in, but I don't know if I'll be able to see them from where I'm at. I've got a good view of part of the hill. Oh, maybe. We'll see. Looking in on the live tracker, you can see they're just about coming up to the gate. A little bit of a lag on the feed updating on the live tracker, so we'll probably see them come through before you see them on the map, but we'll stick to the view that works here. Thank you for that, Matt. We are on the main feed. That's awesome. Matt just let me know that the damn title still said qualifying run. Oh, we have stopped. I wonder if Derek is manually trying to shift that thing into... I wonder if they've been manually shifting this whole time. I saw him kind of bent over earlier. They are in a pretty... garbage spot to be stopped. Okay, here we go. Thank God. We're moving again. I wonder if he's been manually shifting, if there's still an exposed piece of the shifter for the transfer case. Let's see, we've stopped again. Stand by, wait to hear if wait to hear if Jacob knows anything about what is actually happening right now. Okay, so it doesn't look like there was anything mechanically wrong. I wonder if it has something to do with the T-case, but I'm sure we'll get an update here shortly. Once again, a very steep incline. But Megan's been taking some great lines today. And yeah, no problem. Alright, looks like we can see them coming into Hammertown right now. Awesome. Well, that's one lap down. I believe they'll be coming up to the Milestar trailer. There we go. We're over here at Milestar. Gonna pick up their spare. Awesome. Little water. There's Ricardo over there on the left. Love that guy. He is all in, absolutely loves everything that is racing. Pulling off that old spare tire that they blew right off the bat. looks like there is for sure something up with the power steering again. She's having a hard time pushing that puppy left. I think I heard no leaks, but that doesn't mean that everything hasn't already leaked out, so. Derek assist there. So we got the Derek power assist steering. Okay, so it looks like right turns work fine, left turns are the struggle. So we just have to NASCAR this shit. Only right turns. But I guess is that opposite? Don't they normally race counterclockwise? We're into lap 2. I think on lap 2 we get to remote pit 2, where they've got a lot more support waiting for them by way of Christian, Jacob, and Cody. So whatever issues they may be currently contending with could hopefully be sorted out amongst the, I would say the 4 of them, Derek, as well. Wouldn't be hammers if you weren't getting hammered. I don't mean alcohol, I mean just the brutality of how much this takes out of you. So they're coming up, can't tell on the tracker, kind of trying to look at that. Not sure if they're past back door or if they bypass it. I don't know exactly. Or if they just stay on the outside. Yeah, it's desert here. Derek might be checking the map. So, no leaks. The gearbox is piping bad. It's not what you want to have to hear. But at this point, they're in it to win it. So, pushing through. Desert before they get into a ton of more obstacles, and this is going to be interesting to see how this goes, because of some of these issues that it seems like they're having with the gearbox. And with the steering. Yeah, we'll see how the rocks go. Having some major issues here. Seems like there's a little bit of frustration with what's going on. All I've heard, yeah, just that the gearbox is mighty bad, so I'm not sure how that's really playing out in the cockpit for Megan, what she's exactly contending with. Checking in with Jacob right now, just a heads up from quiet. Then I'm going to be taking a break here soon, but just kind of asking him any thoughts on how this is going to play out. You know, I don't think we were even sure if she was going to be able to keep moving forward past the initial issue of discovering that we didn't have a shifter for the damn gearbox, let alone what these various issues have been and what they may lead to. So Jacob's take is that the desert's going to be slow, but if she stays ahead of the stock class behind her, we should be in good shape. Just got to make it through the rocks. And ask her what's up with the steering. And then we'll see how it plays out. But so far, so good. 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 why I think they maintain that the vehicles must have a mechanical steering situation, because yeah, you lose that pump and you have no steering. It's like that is impossible to recover from, especially if you're miles and miles and miles out. Okay, so from what I understand regarding that box, it's just going to be tight, but it's still assisted. So yeah, it will be Derek assist throughout the rest of the race, it sounds like. Like I said, he's got some big forearms. Alright, y'all. Keep them fingers crossed. Yeah, so the pump's good. It's got fluid. It's just that gearbox that is missing. So let's see. Deborah Mohammed, 5752. Deborah says, watching from home. Go get him, sweetheart. And yeah, you're asking if they have issues with the car. I mean, there's been a series of issues all week. However, the biggest ones, they felt they had gotten fixed until they started having issues with their gearbox on the steering. So it seems like it's giving them more trouble on the left turns than the right. But Derek will be having to pull double duty as supplementary power steering for the car. But she's moving, and we're still heading forward, and looking forward to getting into and through the rocks. And keep you updated as I hear more, which we'll probably find out a lot more once they get into with the team, and everyone gets a chance to kind of take a little bit of a closer look, especially when people who know the car can take a look and see what's what. But for now, just taking that view. Still got some pretty decent clean air. Can see a little bit of dust out on the horizon. Hopefully mean that Megan is closing some gaps. But we'll keep watching along and praying for the best. looks like we're getting into the rocks. This is going to be where, so they're getting into the rocks. This is going to be where the steering is going to be more of an issue. They're having a binding issue, especially on the left turns. Seems like right's been a little bit more forgiving, just from what I've noticed. But this is what I was kind of looking forward to seeing how this was going to play out as they go into what looks like spooners. Again, I'm not sure if my live track is consistent, but yeah, it looks like they're going into spooners here. I'll show you guys kind of where they are on the map, and they're going through the gauntlet of the rocks now. And this is all about picking the right line, having the right amount of momentum, and letting the car do what the car does. And you can see Derek is picking those lines too and giving feedback to Megan. Where to go. This is where this racing gets even more exciting. She is cruising right now. Or as Christian said, she is cooking right now. She's doing well, knock on wood. I keep not wanting to jinx anything, but it seems like there's moments where they'll pause, connect, discuss best line forward. And that's another thing, yeah, the RCP, so these are the virtual gates, the boundaries, like you have to be within a certain range, 50 feet, of these virtual gates, otherwise you get penalized, you get time penalties. So you want to make sure that you are within the right part of the course. And this forces the drivers to have to take the lines that they're, you know, expected to take. And there's a little bit of traffic right now ahead of them. But the issue that I thought we were going to be dealing with in regards to so they're coming across spooners, and then I believe they're going to be going down to outer limits. Not 100% sure. I guess we'll see. But you can see they've got a couple people up ahead, and you can see Derek over there reaching across to get that left turn to happen. That gearbox is fighting her. She is going to be wrecked when she gets back. We will have to hold her beer for her. I'm being kept company right now by a member of SoCal X, Perry Castro, who is Marin Castro's brother. He was on comms for the team before they unfortunately had to step out of the race due to, what was it, power issues? Electrical gremlins, gosh darn it. So, you know, another race tomorrow, and hopefully with that vehicle, less kinks. forward to seeing Josh have a better race day. Oh, so they were able to drive the race car back into town. Yeah, that's cool. So sometimes it's smarter to cut your losses before you get stuck in a really bad spot and have to get airlifted out, right? One of the boards went bad. No kidding. Gosh. So it sounds like for Josh's car, one of the connections on the board went bad, and it was just something that they didn't want to have to keep contending with, and called the race. But so far so good on 3105. Megan and Derek continuing to make progress through the course. All right, see you, Perry. It's always nice to have company here while I'm chilling by myself here at the pits. Looking forward to May. We'll be having a Fast Friends little camp out here in Johnson Valley. Looking forward to experiencing a few of these trails myself. I've only personally done Chocolate Thunder. I've had a lot of fun out in Cougar Buttes, which is not too far from here, but Hammers has a lot of these iconic trails that, you know, depending on what my Jeep will be capable of doing, I look forward to tackling. That rear camera is definitely a beautiful shot. I think the in-cab is compensating for the cabin, so it's kind of overexposing what you see ahead. Rock crawling is not for the weak. She's got that boulder on her left. Yep. Just came down. So like I said, this is, you know, the rocks are where it's going to take you the most amount of time. This is where people win and lose races here at the Hammers. This is what just beats these cars to a pulp. You can see her kind of struggling with that wheel a little bit. Seems like it sticks, comes and goes in terms of how easy it is for her to steer that car right now. See a competitor up ahead. I think she's got a couple people pretty close by. So taking a look at the rest of the field, let me see if I can pull that up. Got quite a few people in the 4500 class. There we go, right there. We gotta zoom in on that as well. And so you've got Megan coming through Spooners, and if I'm understanding this correctly, which I may not be, so don't quote me, right? Looks like she will be going into Compaction Hill. You see that car, 1018 there. It's like you're just doing everything you can to hold on. Getting into some bigger rocks here. Only way through it is through it. And again, the camera doesn't always do the best justice to how gnarly this stuff is. You can pre-run this course all you want, but by the time a bunch of these cars go through, it changes. Rocks get kicked up, boulders get shuffled. things move around. Mechanical aside, this is one of the most consistent times that I've seen Megan drive. Good thing Derek's left arm is getting a workout. The right arm's big enough. Saw Megan pass by another competitor there on the left. It's easy to feel like a backseat driver when you're literally feeling like you're in the backseat with this view. Like, I'm like, oh, that's the way you should go. Do that. Right there, up the middle, push the gas. And the more that they can achieve just by way of the vehicle itself, the faster they're going to be, especially with some of the downtime they've already had. Because Derek getting out, pulling winch, anchoring, winching, spooling back in, getting back in the car, you know, that's all time. So the goal is do everything from in the car. It's kind of like being a photographer. You know, people are like, just Photoshop it. Like, no, dude, do it in the camera. In this case, it's do it in the car. Probably the most we've had at any given time. 14 of you here watching along with us. Stoked to have you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate y'all checking in from time to time, saying what's up. If anybody has any questions, feel free to shoot them over. I'll try to get them answered, either by myself if I know what the heck I'm talking about, or by people smarter than me, like Jacob over there in Notepad 2. There's that wheel again. This race would be so much easier for her right now if that wheel would just turn the way it's supposed to. And, you know, fun fact is that entire box was basically overhauled yesterday? Was it yesterday? Day before? I don't know. It's been a long couple of days for this team. A lot of hours spent wrenching on things that came as a bit of a surprise, honestly. Look at the series of rocks that she is traversing right now. Crazy. I'll tell you, this car is doing really well today. Traffic ahead of them. And unfortunately on some of these sections there's no way around somebody if they're in front of you, so you just have to wait, make sure you have enough room so that you can keep up some of your momentum. So sometimes it's better to just stop, give it a little time, and then go. see the amount of force she's having to exert on that steering wheel. What a nice job on that. Excellent. Sounds like they're getting a little bit of beta. I don't know if that term applies to this kind of rock crawling, but in rock climbing, beta would be information given to you by another climber to let you know what to do, where to go, how to go. Something like there was a question about bypass. And good luck to the person that just passed. I'm not sure what their situation was. Driver than she has been in the past, and it's great to watch. Sure if Derek's left arm's going to be able to hold up to it. Sorry about that for those of you watching at home. From time to time, I'll put up the vehicle volume when they're talking to somebody or something's happening, and I'll forget to turn it down. But essentially, they're having some locker issues. We've got that steering issue that Megan's contending with, and so it'll be interesting to see what the team decides to do once they get into Remote Pit 2. Racer 84, I love that. My son is working on that piece. Must be Cody's parent. If he can fix an F-18, he can fix it. You know, this is a very capable team with a lot of talent and a lot of experience and a lot of different things. All of whom love to rock crawl. All of these guys, you know, we're all crawlers. We all love it. Everyone loves being in the rocks. Everyone's experienced breaks, trail fixes, what have you. So, yep. If anyone can make this work and make it happen, it's going to be this team. So, like I said, we're not done until we're done, and right now we're still having fun. Well, maybe not Megan's arms. I don't think Megan's arms are having fun at all. But we are here at the 2026 King of the Hammers race, the 20th anniversary. A very monumental event. One of the toughest races in the world. You know, you can look at something like Dakar, but they really deal with a lot of high-speed dunes and desert. This race not only deals with the desert, but also takes you into the rocks. Just absolutely hammers. There's a reason why it's called King of the Hammers. You know, absolutely, you get absolutely hammered driving this course, and it is not for the weak-willed. And it's not for the unprepared. This is Warren's motto to a T. You know, go prepared. And speaking of our sponsors, huge thanks to Milestar Tires, MDM Construction, of course, which pays the bills for the most part, Motive Gear, Raceline Wheels, Redline Synthetic Oil, Rugged Radios, Baja Designs, Warren Industries, and Factor 55, with yours truly here, Ali from Fast Friends, trying to keep the team looking good and sounding good and bringing you the in-car stream, which is a little, you know, something that Megan and Derek felt really strongly about doing, and I'm glad I'm able to help them get it done. Such a brutal race for Megan. I mean, I've driven my Jeep without power steering just in general, just parking it in the mall parking lot, and it's hard without power steering, let alone contending with rocks and trying to navigate, you know, a technical course. It reminds me actually of a time where I was out in Anza Borrego with my buddy Matt, and I lost my power steering. We were flying through the wash, and if you've ever been to Anza, you know that there's a lot of turns in that wash, and it's a really fun wash to drive in. But Matt would have to be my power assist, and he'd jump on and grab the wheel and crank it right through a turn, and we'd be drifting. I mean, it was probably, you know, not the smartest thing to do, but it was the funnest thing to do. And my heart goes out to Megan right now, battling that steering wheel and just, you know, keeping things moving forward. And it would break my heart to see them struggle for so long and have any chance of having to call in. So I am patiently waiting to see what happens when we get to Remote Pit 2 and what they determine and decide. Action Hill. And they're all on their way down. I'm not entirely sure how far they are from RM2. Jacob, if you're listening, or Christian, it'd be great to know. How far are they from you guys? How much more do they have to go before they get to the pit? So we'll wait and see if we get any feedback back from the team. But at least this little stretch should be giving Megan an opportunity to rest those arms just a little bit. Oh, and they finally passed that vehicle that they've been behind for a while now. I mean, she's just been doing so great with all the hurdles and the challenges that she's been dealing with. Like, this has been a really great race to watch and a great performance on behalf of Megan and Derek. I don't want to see it end. Derek is a professional, however, and depending on what he decides or determines, I'm sure it will be the best course of action that they should take. And we have a whole nother year of racing ahead of us in the NorCal Rock Racing Series. Looks like they're coming into remote pit 2 here, where they're going to be joined by Cody, Jacob, and Christian. I'm going to go ahead and turn up the volume on the e-car so we can hopefully hear some of what's happening, and I'm going to watch along with the rest of it.
I've got no fucking steering.
Hey, easy, no rush.
What? Oh, okay. I've got no steering either way. It doesn't matter.
What do you say?
We have a flat tire.
Huh?
It's a flat.
Oh. Just waiting for them to finish going. As soon as they're done filling, I'll hop out of the car.
What? I can't hear you.
We're done. They said as soon as they're done filling fuel, I'll get out of the car. You only got to get us enough to get back to Hammertown.
I can't steer left.
We can't steer left.
That's absolutely heartbreaking here. I don't know if you guys caught that, but it sounds like Derek just said we're done.
Yeah.
Give us enough fuel to get back to Hammertown. We have no left steering. All right, folks. Well, it was definitely a race and an amazing performance by Megan, given all what she was dealing with and facing. But unfortunately, it sounds like the team will now be continuing on for the rest of the race.
Yeah, we went off the line, hit the first ball.
Hey, Kelly. was doing so well. Good to see you on here. Yeah, so unfortunately the team has been struggling with a lot of different issues, and ultimately the steering issue that they had thought they had finally gotten the better of came back to bite him in the ass. Sounds like she was 8th in class, which is amazing, and doesn't do much to make it feel any better. But clearly incredibly capable. If the car would have just hung in there and done its job, we would have been looking at, I mean, I felt very strongly about a strong finish for this race. You can't help it when things go wrong. And this race, this event, we'll find anything that can go wrong will go wrong. That should be the motto of this event. But I am thankful for all of you who've been following along and watching and supporting. I know it means a lot to Derek and Megan, both, and the team. And we'll be back at it come the NorCal Rock Racing Series. Hopefully we get some more people involved in that. Give her a larger competitive field to race against, and just, you know, continue to dial things in for next year's Hammers. Wasn't the finish we wanted, wasn't the way we wanted to end this, but proud of what Megan did and how hard she had to work. Huge thanks to our partners, Milestar Tires. Unfortunately, this race was not a kind one to us. For the first time in a long time, had multiple flats, but appreciate the support and looking forward to better races to come ahead for all of us. Yeah, we got Deborah saying so much hard work and prep for this race too. What a great job while they were in it. Absolutely. I mean, like I said, I was duly impressed, and you know, it's easy to look on the screen and say, wow, she's doing so good. You know, why would you stop? Why would you call it? I think it probably took everything out of her just to get to the second, this remote pit 2 area. Yeah, there's always the next race. Redline Oil.
Go drink some beer.
At least the oil stayed in the vehicle, you know, where it needed to be. And yeah, huge thanks to our partners.
We're doing really good, but man, I can't imagine doing all those rock trails without being able to steer left. Like, I'm like, it's taking everything I have.
Oh yeah, we were watching. That was so exhausting.
I'm so fucking, my arms hurt so bad, and like, that's a lot of rock trails left.
Yeah. It's a khaki for some rock.
It's fucking exhausting.
Do you want a water?
Now I have Awesome, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. See the vice grip handle? That's how I'm shooting the front, but because it's like it's on like a barrel and rotate, but the barrel's like okay. I had to like see the chunk of floor, I had to like take a Zeus out and bend it the fuck out of the way. Right here. Oh shit. That's normally over there. So I can just grab it.
Yeah, we saw you.
Yeah, we went by lap one, I kind of rigged it and nothing. Yeah, we can't steer left. Give me a solid. Well, I can dig you out later. I need to put the tire in the mailbox. I guess I could drive the car to the mailbox. You want to see me try and drive this car in the fucking to the mailbox on sledge?
Why?
We literally can't turn left. We literally can't turn left. Like, and it's getting worse. Like we're coming down the hill at the speed and like fucking up.
Once again, huge thanks to Milestar Tires, MDM Construction, Motive Gear, Raceline Wheels, Redline Synthetic Oil, Rugged Radios, Baja Designs, Warren, and Factor 55 with yours truly from Fast Friends. Thank you for watching. If you heard Megan talk just now, you heard her comment on just absolutely how trashed her arms were, how hard it is to try to drive a car, and I called it too. Like, you know, there's so many more rocks ahead for her to have to contend with what's to come is untenable. Like, you're not gonna, like, she's, I don't know. For her to say that she was done, you know she's done. Like, you have to know your limits. And Megan's, like I said, she's a very tough person. She's very hard on herself. She pushes herself excessively, and for her to say that she was done, I believe her, and you know, we'll just look forward to the next race.
Oh, does he run the same as it? That's how far is that?
We'd have to, basically the mailbox is where we ran in to the top
I feel like you
sledge.
have to be done with Jack to get to the mailbox.
It's before Jack. It's at the top before we ran into White Metal Crew. That's the mailbox. Where we stopped and we're bullshitting with the buggy before we dropped in. That's the mailbox.
I don't know, man. It's getting harder and harder to steer.
That's why I said I'd drive it, but I don't think I could fit in the fucking thing. I literally can't fit in your seat.
I know.
Like, I could...
Well, it's so bad that I can't even steer under power now. Like,
yeah, I saw.
Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's not just when it's slow. Like, I can't even steer under power. Like, we're literally going off the berm on regular tracks.
So all that, and here comes Todd.
He must have had some problems too.
Oh yeah. Because we were
passed him a long time ago. We've been trying to catch.
Oh no, we passed him on an alternate line out of fucking Ambertown.
Like in the first 10 miles.
But we were also fucked off with the shifters and then fucked off with the...
I mean, we've stopped several times. I hope they do well.
Yeah. I don't know, they're driving into a parking lot, so...
I'm sure they are. Yeah, I mean, when we sat there and I just watched half the stock class go by, I was like, oh god.
Yeah, but then we passed them all on the fucking hill.
Yeah.
The only stock class left in front of us were the pro-level Broncos.
I think I saw Healy get up the hill right before we did. I'm sure Level's gone because he was not on the hill.
I think the live stream's still on.
It is.
Okay. Alright, you ready to go back?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a valiant effort. Thanks, guys. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You did great. Hey, when the shifter broke, I was like, "There's no way."
That's what I said, and Derek was like, "It's good, we could do it." And then I can't steer left, and we go into Maine, and he's like, "Keep going." I was like, "Are you serious? I can't steer left."
I would have kept going. That's the problem. Is I would have just been miserable for the next 4 or 5 hours.
you guys ended up in the rocks.
I guess I'm just not strong enough like Derek.
Derek's arms are also.
I know. Like I did my best, you guys. Jeez.
So next year you're gonna get on the roids, and that way it doesn't matter what happens to you.
I'll start in June.
They just called it.
No way.
Yeah.
Or we could just fix the steering.
Got our friends.
Or hear me out. Hear me out.
Got our
Or we
friends
could just fix the
Katie
steering.
and Perry.
I'm
Katy
sure
Perry.
Derek will
Katy
get on
Perry's
the
here.
list and he'll be like, oh, that's what it's. You know what I mean? He'll figure it out.
Talking
I
to
mean,
the
I
folks
didn't
watching.
think there was anything left to begin with.
But just have to inform a
I
couple of
really
our
thought we
friends
had
that
I thought we had it.
Megan just called it. And
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to open the gearbox again and see if it's fucked off again.
I don't know
Jacob, if the team can hear us, if they want to give a couple words to the folks watching at home, that'd be great.
That and like dying off the start line. What was that about?
That was
Everything shut off.
Everything just shut off.
Yeah.
I thought first that it was just like it loaded up and you didn't
So,
clear it out.
so what it was is there's a relay that the start and stop controls the Motec and everything, and that relay was zip tied tight to something and bouncing. And so every time you hit a bump, it like smacked the relay, and I think it was fucking with the relay. So I re-zip tied it up, and then the screen came unplugged, and I plugged the screen back in.
We saw that.
And then it seemed to be fine after that.
Yeah, we saw you taking it to the screen, and you're like, there it is.
Yeah. Well, because that's after it died down that steep ass hill.
On the top of that
Yeah,
bridge.
yeah.
And then
Trent
Trent
was,
starts
like,
pushing us, but like
down the hill.
sideways, like we were gonna roll down the hill. I was like, dude, stop pushing us sideways. Have your guys come through already on the second lap? That's good.
We're stuck alongside George Bernesti and Jack.
Dude, fucking Jack.
I hate to DNF like this, but I'm happy not to go to Jack.
With 37-inch tires, it's fucking insane.
That was the one part of the whole day that I was just like, I'm not, like, I don't even want to do that. You know what I mean? The rest I'm like, oh, we could do that. You know, the rest of it's manageable, but I just, like, I hate Jack so much.
Yeah.
Go McNamara's.
When did we pass them again? Must have been at Maine.
I didn't see them at Maine, but I know they passed us when we were fixing this, so that's weird. Because I don't remember passing them again. Maybe they were one of the cars pulled over in the desert that we passed.
I texted good
Oh,
man.
he's got 2 spares on the back.
Yeah, they're taking it out to.
Oh, they're taking it. Okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
All right. Well, I guess we'll go back.
Yeah, I guess so.
We'll
Not
just-
much left to
We'll
do.
just come out of the pit and parallel it that way.
Okay.
We just have to be careful. We'll have to cross race course, but it'll be all right.
Yeah, they said they had this new buck before last night. There were a couple birds on it.
It was a little dinged up and we just sat there and filed it for like 2 hours to clean it all out. But
I mean, the only thing we didn't change is the ram, unless there's like a chunk of something in the ram. But it's only from 0 to a few degrees, and then once you get past it, turns.
Honey, it started being, the more we would turn right, it started being just difficult.
Anywhere back left?
Anywhere back to left. Like,
Oh no,
it stopped being center.
everything is new at this point.
And then it
new,
was just like, and then it was just chunky. Like
Yeah.
when we were moving, I could feel it. It's just chunky in there. Something's
maybe
in there.
maybe there's something wrong with like the bearing in the foot, in the knuckles or something.
Oh, that's a thought.
I wouldn't think it would matter, but yeah, maybe the uniball's messed up in the knuckle.
I don't know what's wrong, but I
But
can
up
tell
on-
you it's
up
not
on jack-
right.
Up on jack stands, it turns fine. So
Well, and it felt good when we pulled it out, and when they drove it through tech, it felt good.
yeah.
I don't know.
You wanna send our helmets back with the guys?
No, because we're gonna drive that whole road back.
Okay.
I don't want to eat dust the whole way.
Okay.
You want me to put my helmet on?
you grab the mat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Sorry.
Good luck to you guys.
Sorry about it.
Thank you.
Well, you got someone to take a tire, so you got that going for you.
insane, but calling it quits.
Yeah. It wasn't gonna get better. It's only getting worse the more we drive it. So
You're absolutely right.
I thought once I had the computer problem figured out, we were gonna be good the rest of the day. So oh well.
All right, everybody. Well, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and cut the feed. Thank you so much for watching, supporting the team, and being there for Megan and Derek. Unfortunately, today was not the outcome we wanted, but I have to say this is some of the best driving I've seen come from Megan all year since she started racing. So if this car did not break the way it did, I guarantee you we would have had a super strong finish. She was already 8th in her class at that point, which is a testament to how far she's come, and I cannot wait for next year. So thank you so much for being there. Give her a shout on Instagram, MDM Offroad, and you can find her at Megan account on Instagram, Derek's D Mill with a welder, and then of course me, Fast Friends .fun, F-U-N, put the F-U in fun. Love you guys. Take care. Thanks for the support.
And then just
See y'all.
and go back into the walk.
Bye.
And then we'll have to cross race course at some point.
Just go slow because people are retarded walking through.
Yeah.